All right, traders, it's August 4th, 2025. My name is John Kerrigan. I'm the lead instructor here at the BYOB Trading Room. The market's about to open here in 1 minute. All right, we have marked off the top and the bottom. Okay. And we're looking for which side we want to trade. We don't want to get chopped up, and it's possible that they just see how they've moved back and forth across VWAP here. Okay, so now we got an igniting move up to the upside. Okay, we've got the higher low, so they're going to try to make a higher high. Good chance they do it. I'm looking for them to challenge these two anchored VWAPs. That's those two pink lines up there. And if they happen to hold the higher ground up here over this consolidation, okay, I will be interested in pursuing more calls to the upside. Okay, so right now, got a little breakout. Let's see if they can get over those pre-morning highs. I think they do. I think they do. We'll see what happens. So with that, I am going to look for SPY calls. Probably late to the party on this one. All right, and I'm going to pick up some 635 calls. Again, 4 DTEs. 630 calls. All right, so I'm going to pick up 2 of those if we get a breakout. All right, I'm actually going to pick one up now because we got some higher lows here. So I'm going to pick up one of those right now and buy one. There you go. Up, it's breaking out now. I'm going to get 2. Okay, breakout of the upper range. That's green erases red. Starting a new 27K account. And I'm recording this. Okay. Watch and see what happens. Nice big green igniting bar coming up over the consolidation highs up here. Okay. You're up over VWAP. I like that. Again, the expected move is these 3 targets. You've got an anchored VWAP there, an anchored VWAP here, and then 2871, which is our midpoint. Okay, we are in the middle of a gap fill. Remember we gapped down on Friday? Okay, we are in the middle of filling that open gap. And it's possible they filled a gap. All right, we'll see what happens. All right, so far we got 1 5-minute bullish candle. It's looking like it. Got 2 more minutes to know before we know that it's a bullish candle. Okay, it's only 9:33. Okay, we're going to know in 2 more minutes whether this is going to be a nice solid green bullish candle or is it going to flake out on us and give us a nice wick up there. Okay, so that's bullish, breaking out over the top of the consolidation. You can see we got pre-market consolidation over prior consolidation. That's a bullish environment. There's another nice candle starting. Okay, so there's got some follow through on that big candle. That's important. Of course, we're coming right into a target, and that is the all-time high. Let's see how far, see if they're going to spike it or they're just going to give it up. And it's spiking through. I'm tempted to take my profit. I'm taking my profit. Okay? So I just made 56 bucks right there. Okay, I took my profit into that all-time high anchored VWAP. That was a target for me. All right, it may continue on without me, and I'm fine with that. Remember, this is just the first 6 minutes of the day. Okay, I got all day to make $270. That's my 1% goal. Okay, I got all day to do it. All right, I don't need to make it all in one shot. All right, might as well take my profit. Got 50 bucks, $56. All right, still going up like that. Remember, I went from 27K to 1.6 million, okay? Didn't happen in one trade. I had to string together multiple trades. Trade after trade. It's a grind, okay? Doesn't happen all at once. Take your time. You take your winners when you can get them. So, see these two red candles? If we get a green candle that wipes those two out, I will make another entry up top there. So I'm looking for green erases red. I don't have it yet. So just bought one more. See how far it goes. Two. I traded two. This is the contract. This is the option. This is the underlying security. This is the option P&L right there. See, I'm up to $80. You see it, Mitchell? This is the contract. Okay, on the blue dot is a buy, the red dot is a sell. Okay, I think this line right here, I want to take profit into that line right there. I can restart it. All right, I'm going to restart my mic, see if that helps. Let me turn the recorder off. Okay, green erases red is another entry up here. Keep in mind, you're coming right into a target. Before we were above the target, now we're underneath it. Okay? Not the best place to be taking a trade long is right underneath the target. Okay, so I'm going to pass. But it is an entry if you guys want it. Okay? And Rickster says 628 call wall. Woody's is 629.20. 629.20, which is right there. All right, so we got a little ways to go. We could probably get there. I will, you know what? I'm going to take it. All right? All right, so I just bought a call. All right, going up to 629.20. One call. Same thing. 4 days till expiration. 6:30. Okay, not like in the wick. Not like in the red candle either. See, that's what happens. So I said there was a chance that would happen. We get snuffed by the midpoint. All right, I just took my profit. All right, I only got $16 on that. So I'm up to $120. So now all I got to make is $150 to get my 1% for the day. Now, do we have a 10-minute uptrend over VWAP? Not really, because the 8 is not over there. But we do have a 2-minute uptrend over VWAP. We have a 2-minute. Okay? Am I a 2-minute trader? Not normally. Okay? But we did have a breakout of the opening range. Hence, that's the whole reason for taking the trade. Okay? We had a breakout of the opening range. Or the consolidation of the pre-market range. Right here. And you may see that's where I took my first trade on that first green candle once that thing completed. Okay, so now we're up here, coming up to 629.20. That's Rickster's Woody's pivot up there. Okay. So far, I know I've only made $120, but I'm pleased with what I've done so far. It's not a lot, but this is how you put together a winning day, piece by piece. You don't know how far it's going to go. I'm seriously thinking about that, Joey J. I'd like to see at least the 2-minute downtrend first. Okay, so now we're banging on the Woody's pivot. All right, let's just wait and see if we get it. The 3 can cross underneath the 8. Yeah, I should have held a little bit longer. If they can hold that area over the midpoint, that would be a good sign. If they do hold that area over the midpoint, possible trip up to the gap fill. When that fills, normally when that fills, Joey, there is a pullback to VWAP. All right. If we fill the gap, there is probably a 60 to 70% chance price pulls back to VWAP, and then we wait for that 5-minute or 10-minute downtrend to manifest. Okay. Hey, good morning, KJ. Hey, I want to thank everybody that showed up late. That's okay. I'm glad you're here. I did a lot of preparation at 8 o'clock. Please don't think that I'm ignoring you, but I do put 8 o'clock on my open houses for a reason, because I give out all the good stuff happens at 8 o'clock in that morning video. And that's me preparing you for the day. No. I wish I could get my recording out sooner. I wish my recordings were shorter. But I do that every morning at 8 o'clock. Every morning I punch out a game plan. You can see here's my game plan. All right. 2 nice candles on that 15-minute. Nice follow through there right into Richter's pivot. You can see it right there, R2. We'll see what happens. But if you scroll up, you'll see a lot of my work up here. Okay, so you come up here and you'll see for all you futures traders out there, there's a game plan for you too. All right. If we have a 10-minute uptrend or downtrend, okay, on the SPY, you can trade the ES and the MES, okay, and then I do this, and then of course, here's my game plan right here. I explain it, and then there's the QQQ game plan, and then John J, he shares his. Here's John J's. Thank you for sharing, John. Okay, see? And these are his numbers for the day. So below 555 for QQQ and above right here for QQQ. So we'll see what happens. Yep, a lot of work done. You know, we do free 15-minute coaching. All right, I don't think anyone's ever put this together before. Okay, free 15-minute coaching to go with your membership. All right, that's how committed I am to making you guys successful day traders. Okay, I'm committed to making it work for you. Okay, you just have to be persistent. Okay, I do free 15-minute coaching. I want to see you guys make it. Okay, because once you got this skill, all right, which is very rare, okay, for a lot of traders. Okay, once you got the skill, nobody can take it away from you. They can take all your money. They can take your car. They can take your house. But once you've got this skill, nobody can take that away from you. Nobody. Now, I'm going to tell you, this is a skill that millions of tried to acquire and failed. Okay? I want to create a program where there's no way you're going to fail. That's what I want. I am committed to your success. We are, yes, we are in a 10-minute uptrend. Not quite over VWAP. The 3 is over the VWAP. The 8 is a little bit late to the party. You can see not quite over the VWAP yet. We're right into a target, Eric, which is the midpoint. Okay, so if I go out here and scoot down to a 30-minute chart, all right, and I take the quad lines, and I'm just going to go from that high, the all-time high, down to the lows. You can see we're right. See what we're banging on? We're banging on the midpoint right now. Right there. And that's a target. Okay, the next target is this, this little low right here, which is about 630.74, 630.80, right there. And then comes gap fill, which is, I think it's right about there, 631.90, something like that. Qs have a nice long working. Yeah, Qs are looking good. Come on, give me a pullback candle so I can buy it. Okay, I'm going with a 2-day till expiration 565 call on the QQQ. Okay, and see on this second candle pullback right here to the 8 EMA. I'm looking to pick up one. All right. All right, I just got one of the QQQs. I got filled at 191. So I just scalped 20 bucks on that QQQ one. Thank you, John, for sharing that. For re-entry long, I want to see green erases red. I want to see green erase red. So, you know, right up here over. Remember Rickster's Woody's pivot.
0773. Can't take your call right now. Please record your message after the beep. When you've finished recording, simply hang up or press pound.
All right, so up here, up over 629.30. That's where I'm going.
Sorry, I did not hear you. Goodbye.
That's where I'm going to re-enter. Okay, price gets up over 629.30. I'm going to re-enter there. Yes, KJ, I day trade options. Not unless it pulls back to VWAP. I need a better pullback than that. You can buy this low because if it goes back up there, you're going to benefit. Oh, KJ, if you were here in the morning, if I just got my video going, I'm gonna. How long do you got today, KJ? How long can you stick with us? Can you stay with us till noon? Okay, I'm gonna record it too. Okay, yeah, that's all right. I get it. That's one of the things about day trading is it does take up your time. Yeah, and if you got a daytime job, it's hard to do it. And I get it. I get it, people. All right, up over 629.33. Okay, right up there, over that. That's green erases red. All right. All right, I just bought one call, the same SPY call. Green erases red. This is cumulative. Um, I don't know what you mean by cumulative. That is the entry. If I see price take out the green candle, wipe out the red candles. Thanks, Ed. You're not seeing. What are you looking for, Elaine? Elaine, what are you looking for? All right, let me show you. Okay, so I'm gonna take my drawing tools. Okay, and I'm gonna give you the red. Okay, so this is the red because you got a pullback from this high, Elaine, down to this low. Right there. Okay, can you agree with me on that? We pulled from this high back to this low. Right? Okay, good. All right. Now we're going to do green erases red. Okay, now when green comes in and trades up to here, okay, so the green erases red entry winds up being right here, right as green pulls over the top of the red candles. Okay, that's green erases red. Okay, so notice we had green erases red right here. See this red candles right there. And look, we had it again right here. Okay, you see where green candles erase the red candles. Okay. Okay, so now we got this pullback. So if the bulls come in and wipe out everything that the bears just did, okay, that's a green erases red entry. Okay, so now we're waiting for this to work out. And it might not work out. Okay, it might not work out. So where was it? KJ, come up here. Okay. I've got this Excel spreadsheet right here. Okay, you go to Files, and you see this one right here, BYOB, Daily Goal Schedule, Risk Schedule, Account Tracker, right there. See number 3? See right there, June 3rd. All right, download that. So I just closed that out. I'm not liking it. All right, almost feeling like a double top up there. Okay, so I just closed it out. I lost $4. So KJ, open that up, and you're going to see that row U demonstrates a trader right here making 1%, no more than 1% per day. That's my schedule. Okay? I aim to make 1% per day. Okay? Now, how much I can risk is dependent upon my comfort level. All right? Now, you're only going to be as good as you are at reading charts, because that's the main tool you look at, is reading charts, how good you are. And if you're not very good, or you're just a beginner at reading charts, okay, I feel like I tell my kids only 0.5% or 1% to risk. Okay, now if you're a little bit better, all right, and you've got 2 or 3 years of reading charts, you feel pretty good, maybe 1% to 2% to risk. Okay, so 1% of a 27K account is $270. Okay, so that's my goal, that's my risk. All right, now as soon as I can bring my stop up to break even, all right, that's no longer have any at risk. Okay, now I went from 27K up to 1.6 million. Okay, last month I started on open house July 7th, 2025. Okay, started with 27K, and I tracked my progress. Okay, but I have a rule that if I make up over my 1% schedule, I can use that in my risk. Okay, so if I make $2,000 more than my risk schedule says, okay, I can add that to my 540. Remember, I do 2%. So 2% of 27K would be 270 times 2. Right? Because 1% is 270. So 270 times 2 is going to be 540. So I can add that to the 540. Now I've got close to 2,500 to risk. All right? That's now I only want to risk that on quality 10-minute uptrends. Okay? Now for me, the quality 10-minute uptrend was the 10-minute uptrend over VWAP that's inside the 2-hour uptrend, that's inside the daily uptrend, that's inside the weekly uptrend, that's inside the monthly uptrend. Okay, so I got all of the time frames working with me. Okay, right now I don't have that. Okay, so but that's the way I trade, and that's how I was able to use that risk. You can see there was a point where I had my excess over 1% was over $100,000. Actually, over $1 million. Okay, right there. because that's my goal. In order to double my account in 70 days, okay, 75 days, 74 days, okay, I need to make 1% per day, cumulative, okay? So, like tomorrow, you can see the next day, 1%, I needed 274 instead of just 270. So you can see this helps guide you as far as risk, all right? Max risk, all right, that you can risk per trade, or you can have out at risk at one time. Okay, now we're coming back up over it one more time here. Looking like we're trying to break out again. We got $7 trials. See right here? I want you to scroll up to 952. Okay? For $7 for 30 days. See at 952? Scroll up to Ed Carter, 9:52 a.m. in the morning. You're going to see there's a little form right there. That's it, $7 for 30 days. You see it? All right, that's it, just $7. Now, if you guys come over here, screen 2, here's my account value right there. That's my gains for the day. That's how much I've already taken in for the day, realized gains. Okay, that's my current position right there. Okay, this is right there. That shows you what I've been doing for the day, trading this option here. Also been trading the Qs. Okay, so I got those there. So that's what I got for the day. Now, you can see over here, this is my positions. Okay, this is my P&L. I'm on screen 2. P&L, positions. I don't have any in the QQQ. Okay, screen 3. These are the filled orders on the left. Unfilled orders on the right. Okay, screen 3. Unfilled orders, filled orders. Okay, left and right. Number 1, this is the active chart that I'm working on. Okay, looking like a launch pad. Looking like a launch pad. We'll see. Thank you, Ed. Yeah, green erases red. 629.35. Okay, you need price to close up there. This one closed, but you notice this one's kind of undoing it right now. Okay, so it's, probably don't want to give up any more than these 2 candles. Right here, these 2 green candles. Because then you'll have red erases green. No, you're fine, Ed. Okay, let's face it, we're in a 2-hour downtrend, okay? We are in a 2-hour downtrend. Okay, so the short-term sentiment is kind of bearish. Okay, although the even shorter term sentiment is kind of bullish by having consolidation over consolidation and then breaking out. I'm about to give up on this one. And I'm thinking about getting puts. I see a possible measured move from, of course, this low up to that high. All right. And then I'm going to duplicate that chart. Okay. And then I'm going to take and slap that up there. And you can see we've got measured move right up here to 630.31. So we'll see. That might be all we get for today. All right, I might only be able to get like $4, but I'll be looking for the rollover on the shorter time frame. Okay, I'm looking for the rollover. All right. Yeah, I think we get a reversal. We either get it here, okay, right in this area, or we get it at the gap fill, which was, okay, see what we're dealing with right now? See this downtrend line right here. Dealing with that downtrend line. Okay, so I am going to, okay, because I'm dealing with that downtrend line and the sentiment is kind of bearish. I'm going to pick up one put. All right here at this high. So I'm going to go for a 4 DTE put. And I am going to hit the 625 strike. Actually, I'm going to hit the 620 strike. All right, I'm going to hit the 620 put, 4 days till expiration. Okay, I'm going to pick up 2 of those right here. 2 of those. Right at this downtrend line. So I'm bidding for one at 146, and I bought one for 153. Okay, so here's my current positions. Okay. 1 620 put, 4 days till expiration. 1 630 call, 4 days till expiration. 0 QQQ calls. That's what I got so far. Okay, notice the calls are underwater and the puts are above. The one put is above. Okay. And we are at, okay, we're at the downtrend line. See this downtrend line right there. Okay. B is short Amazon. Yeah, you got a red erases green entry right there below 213. Yep. Thanks for sharing that, B. You got a little target down there too, as you can see. I've already got a line drawn for you if you want it. 206.83. And there's a Woody's pivot, or there's a regular pivot at 208.62. In case you're interested. Okay. There is a pivot at 208. Just call it 208.75. And it's 4 days till expiration. You can see it right. It's in the purple. You go to screen 2. You see the purple right there. And you can see it right here too. Yeah, that downtrend line starts back here on the 20. See on the 28th, you got that belly right there, and then you got the 29th. You got a little valley right there, and then on the 30th or the end of the 29th, you got a little valley right here. Okay, right through there. Well, thanks for sharing, Jim. Uh, 10 minute downtrend, Eric. 10 minute downtrend. Yeah, I want to see the 3 move below the 8 and then cut through VWAP. All right, so it's not happening yet. You still got a 10 minute uptrend on the 10 minute chart. On the 5 minute chart, you still have a 5 minute uptrend. On the 3 minute, you're flat. On the 2 minute, you're flat. Okay, you don't have any. We don't have any downtrend yet. On the 2, the 3, the 5, and the 10. So I just picked up another put. Okay, this is still bullish right here. Let's take a look at the 2 hour. Let's take a look at it on a regular chart. So you can see on that 2 hour chart, the 8 is getting tested. There's your spike candle. This is our free floating rubber band candle. All right. I mean, they start putting candles in over that. They're going to close out the 2 hour downtrend, convert a 2 hour uptrend. Okay. See how the 3 EMA kind of hook in here? We'll see what happens. So this is a bullish move. Okay. You know, a blast up and then over. Okay, that's a bullish move right there. Okay, on the 5 minute, you still got a 5 minute uptrend open. On the 10 minute, you still got a 10 minute uptrend that's still working. Yes. Yes. I'm hedging that small position. That's all. I still think we return to our 2 hour downtrend. I still think there's a target down at 613. So we'll see what happens. And this is bullish consolidation. We've been up here 1, 2, 3. There's 6, 7, 8. Kind of looking like they're committed to going higher. So again, next target up is going to be, 6. 630.77. Right there on screen 2, you see my positions. See screen 2? It has my positions. Yes. On screen 3, you'll see every purchase I made. Screen 3, left side, you'll see all of my entries for today. Uh, I believe we have a link. Thanks, Ed. I thought we had a link somewhere. I was looking for it. An affiliate link. Somewhere on the website. I didn't see it, but I thought there was one there. This is bullish, consolidating up here at these highs, right on the midpoint.
Telephone number 239-283-0773. Can't take your call right now. Please record your message after the beep. When you've finished recording, simply hang up or press pound. I'm sorry, I did not hear you. Goodbye.
All right, while it's consolidating up here, I'm going to scalp some 0 DTE calls. So I'm going to pick up 10 of the 12-cent calls. 10 of the 12-cent 632 0 DTE calls. I'm going to scalp 10 of them. Okay, looking for it to go right back up to 17 or 18. All right, so I'm going to pick up 10 at 11 cents and 10 at 12 cents. Well, actually, I'm going to pick up 10 at 11 cents. And I'm going to bid for 10 at 10 cents. Okay, really low risk. Okay, if you look here, all right, on this one, August, okay, week 2, 6:30 strike, 4 days till expiration. Right there. If you scroll up to the top, it's 4 days till expiration. I bought it for $2.70 a share. Okay, there's 100 shares, okay, in each contract. Okay, and then I bought another one for $2.70 per share. So there's 2 contracts. Then I sold both contracts for $2.98. All right, strip my profit out. Okay, week 2. All right, this is week 1 because it's got a Friday. Okay, week 1 is the 1st of August. Week 2 is the 8th of August. Okay, they're 4 days till expiration, so I bought them on a Monday. Okay, so they expire in 1, 2, 3, 4 days. August 8th. Okay, 4 days till expiration. Friday options. 6:30 is the strike. At 6:30, that's the strike for the call. Okay, does that make sense? So all I'm doing is scalping these 0 DTE 632 calls. Not laying out a whole lot of risk. Okay? I'm picking up for 11 and 10 cents and farming them out for 12 and 13 with the hopes of picking up some for selling some for 14, 15, or 16. Okay? That's all I'm doing. And I'm doing that because we're bullish and price is just moving to the right. In the P&L column, I still own. Okay, everything in screen 3. Okay. Everything over here is an executed order. Okay, you put in an order to either buy or sell. This is already been executed. Okay, over here, okay, those are the unexecuted. Those are unfilled orders. They haven't been filled yet. Okay, if it's over here on screen 3. Okay, on screen 2, that's my position. You see 3 puts, 1 call, 3 calls right there. Okay? Those are my open positions right now. Okay, and then up here, I've already realized gains of $182. All right, 182 in realized gains so far. Right up there, realized gains. My goal is 270. You scroll up to the top and you see way up top here, all the way up, all the way up. Okay, I got a game plan. Okay, I like 4 days till expiration, Friday options. I like 11 days till expiration, Friday options. I like them on the multiple of 5 because they have more open interest on the multiples of 5. Okay, my pivot, 622.10. Above it, I'm a bull. Below it, I'm a bear. Okay, if I got a 10-minute downtrend, I'm not going to be a bull. Okay, if I have a 10-minute downtrend under VWAP, I'm definitely not going to be a bull. Okay, now I've got a green erases red entry. Okay, so what would be a green erases red entry? Okay, so let's talk about that for just a second. Okay, so I take out my boxes. Okay, price went from this high down to that low. Okay, currently we're at I think we're at 529.15. Okay, so I'm gonna put a little yellow arrow there because that's where we're going. Okay, 529.15. I'm just gonna eyeball it and say it's right about here. Okay, it's probably close, but it's probably wrong, but it's probably close. Now I got green erases red. Okay, so now I take my green box out. Okay, here's my green box. All right, now this is green, and you can see this is where we are now. Okay, about 529.15. So this is a green erases red entry right there. Okay, see that? Green erases red entry right there. Okay, we left off with a weak 10-minute uptrend yesterday. More consolidation than it was an uptrend, but it was an uptrend nonetheless. Not a very strong uptrend. Let's go review it. Okay. Okay. So we're going to come over here and review that 10-minute uptrend. I'm going to try to fan everything out. Pick up a nice clean chart here. Okay. I'm going to move this up. Move this way down. Even move this down. Okay. So on the 10-minute, notice the 3 is above the 8. Okay. Notice the trend is under VWAP. It's an uptrend, but it's under VWAP. That's why I call it weak. All right. It's not really breaking away from the 8 EMA. We have a 10-minute uptrend. So we're looking for continuation of the 10-minute uptrend when we open this morning. Okay, 10-minute uptrend. So now we're going to go look at the pre-market. Okay, so now we're going to take a look at the pre-market, and we're going to look at that on the 3-minute chart. Okay, 3-minute chart. Okay, on the pre-market, we're going to pick up another clean chart. Okay, we mark off the high. We mark off the low of the consolidation. Okay, there is another low over here. Okay, there is a post-market low from Friday down here. And then, of course, we've got gap fill right here. I'm going to put it right on top of gap fill. It's not on gap fill exactly, but these are targets on the south side. Okay, so we had a breakout of all of this consolidation right through here. Okay, see that? So you had green erases red. Again, we'll take out the boxes. Okay, here's the red. We move from this high down to this low. And then the greens came in, okay, and they took it from this low up to this high. Okay, so see the entry? Green erases red right there. Okay, there's your entry. There's my entry. You can see my entry because I have it down here on screen 3. You'll see at 9:31, 9:32, I bought 2 calls. There was the first 3-minute candle right there. Okay, green erases red. Okay, price came up and closed over the top of this consolidation. This is the pre-market consolidation right through here. Okay, over consolidation. Okay, so a consolidation breakout. And that was our trade this morning. Okay? Sometimes we have to trade the first 15 minutes, in which case we watch and we locate the first 15 minutes of trading. Let's go through that one, okay? This was a consolidation breakout of the pre-market range. So let's maybe not delete it. I'm going to take this off and I'm going to move it down here. Okay, so we go to the 5-minute chart. Okay, on the 5-minute chart, it'd be the first 3 candles right here. So we take this and we mark off the first 15-minute candles right there from the low up to the high. Okay, this is what we call the opening range. Okay, we didn't need the opening range this morning because we had the consolidation breakout red erases green. Sometimes the consolidation or the morning range sometimes is wider, okay, than what we got this morning, okay? In which case, in those instances, we have to mark off a first 15-minute opening range through here and then trade the breakout of the range up to the morning highs or down to the morning lows. All right, that's how we trade in the morning, okay? This was the pre-market consolidation. We were lucky. We were fortunate enough to have a nice tight consolidation, and we had a consolidation breakout, which was very easy to buy into. Nice igniting move up to the top here. Okay, so that was easy. Not all the time is it nice and neat like this. It's not like that all the time. Sometimes it goes up here and down here, in which case you have to mark off the first 15 minutes of trading and then trade the breakout of the opening range. Now bear in mind, if the breakout was to the downside and it's right here into gap fill, occasionally it will break out, hit gap fill, and guess what? It will, if you didn't take your profits real quick, okay, remember, if you're waiting for the breakout and you get in, you hit gap fill, and then all of a sudden it bounces all the way back up to the top of the range. Okay? Those are things you have to be careful of, okay? Like yesterday's low or the gap fill, okay? If you gap right into the gap fill, all right, you break out of the range, fill the gap, and then price comes all the way back down to the bottom of the range. Okay, so be careful on the first 15-minute breakouts. Mark off appropriate, how do I say it? Locations where price is likely to reverse. Okay? Price is always likely to reverse at VWAP. Price is always likely to reverse at anchored VWAP. All right? Price is always likely to reverse at gap fill. All right? Price is always likely to reverse at the bottom of the overnight consolidation or the top of the overnight consolidation or the overnight range or the bottom of the overnight range. All right, so that's what we trade the morning. Today was nice and easy. We had a nice tight consolidation, nice range, pre-market range up here, and we got the nice breakout. It was easy peasy. Really, I should have got 10 contracts. Okay? I only picked up 2. I really should have got 10. All right? Because that was so easy. All right? Easy. All right? It was simple. Not all the time is it like that. Sometimes the overnight range can be really wide, in which case you have to mark off the first 15 minutes and you'll see it waffle back and forth between different landmarks that happened on the prior day's price action. Okay, does all that make sense? No, you're learning. It's good. You came to the right room. Okay, came to the right room. So we're still acting bullish. We still have a measured move. All right, we're capable of getting a measured move from, well, we could get it from there to there, or it could come in as far as there to there, and then we duplicate the box. All right, and then we stack it up here on the bottom. So we have a measured move possibility up to 630.33. All right, we'll see what they want to do. Right now, they're fussing around with this downtrend line that seems to have dominated or provided them with a ceiling for the day. We'll see what happens. They're not leaving the area, okay? That's another clue, okay? They're not leaving the area. Look at all the tails at the bottom, okay? That is a bullish clue. A lot of tails at the bottom. Very little wicks at the top. And they move up, and they're holding, see, they're holding this higher ground up here, okay? Okay, that is a bullish move, to move up and hold the higher ground. That is a bullish move, okay? Go up, give it up, that's neutral, okay? Nothing there, no edge on neutral, okay? When they go up and hold the higher ground, that's where the edge is, okay? You've got edge, and you can see you've got all these tails that are being observed down here, okay? Notice the tails are much longer in length than the wicks up above, okay? Showing you buyers kind of stepping in. Hopefully, we're not going to get duped, all right? Currently, we have a 10-minute uptrend determined by the 3 on top of the 8, okay, over VWAP, which is the brown line. Okay, the brown line is VWAP. 10 over the 8, 10-minute uptrend. Okay, you can still see air, all right, between, or space between the 3 EMA and the 8 EMA. Okay, see the nice tight consolidation, looking for a breakout to the upside. Now, is it possible that they hit the measured move mark, which happens to be pretty close to 630.33, okay, and then have a failed breakout and only to roll over and come all the way back down and fill gap down here? We'll see what happens, all right? But right now they are showing us bullish move right up here. Thank you, Fido. Okay. So you can see price moves up and over to the right. Okay. That is a bullish behavior. Okay. We all took a look at XLE this morning. Okay. On the daily chart. Okay. XLE. Notice every time they go up and hit the pink line. Okay, notice this is a daily chart. Okay, they give it up. Okay, that's not a bullish move. That's not a bullish behavior. They go up and they give it up, and they go up and they give it up. Look, they go up and then they give it up. Even they go down and they give that up too. Okay, notice they go up, they give it up. Okay, so that's not bullish. That's just neutral. It's not bearish. Okay. But it's not bullish, okay? Because all they're doing is moving up and giving it up, Okay, so it's just neutral because nothing's stopping them from going up there and doing it again. Okay, when we get interested is when we see like SPY and you can see it holding those highs up there. Okay, that's like if any of you guys out there, all right, do exercises, all right, maybe some calisthenics. Okay, maybe you do some planking, all right. You know how much energy it takes to plank, all right. So you can picture this is the SPY planking for 1, 2, 3 hours straight. Okay, that's a sign of strength. When you see that option or that underlying security plank up there, all right, over prior price action, that's planking for 2.5 hours. That's a show of strength. Yep, kettlebells, planking, either way, okay? You get the idea. That's a show of strength, okay? Up there. It's like holding the kettlebell. Okay, you take a glass of water and you hold it, right? Now hold it for 1 hour. Okay, and then hold it for 2 hours. And then 3. Now you hold it for all day. Okay, that glass of water gets heavy at the end of the day. Okay, this is what's going on. They're showing you strength by holding that glass full of water up this high. Okay, they're loaded with shares and they're holding it up. They're up there. Okay, this is a show of strength. Now, I don't know how far this goes. It would be nice if it goes all the way to 635, but I don't know how far it's going to go. It very well may break out and fail. All right, we'll see what it wants to do. So what I'm risking here is very little. Okay, 9 cents. Okay, so 9 cents, 100 shares. Okay, so you got 100 shares times 0.09, okay, is $9. That's my risk. $9. You see that? 100 shares times 9 cents. Okay, and I just sold those for 11. All right, and I just captured $22. Now, if you guys remember, I bought these calls, all right here. If I can get it to pull up. See what Gary wrote? He closed the 0 DTE SPYs for 70 cents. Okay, that's huge. All right. Some people stay in a swing trade for a whole week just to make 10%. You know what I'm saying? And Gary just made 70%, and he just probably started that trade probably an hour and a half or an hour ago. Maybe less than that. Okay? And he captures 70%. Well, you know, I'm not in competition with anybody. I'm in competition with me. All right? My goal is to strip as much profit as I can. Yep. Okay, you can see here's the 632 calls, okay? I purchased some for 10 cents and you're selling them for 19 cents. That's almost a 90% increase. I didn't sell them all for 90%, but you can see where you can really grow your account, okay? Picking up an option and being able to sell it for 100%, 200%, 300%, okay? I'm just out here to dig out my goal. Okay? If you look on screen 2, my goal was 270. I'm currently at 222. My goal was 270. I'm currently at 222. We'll see what happens. Starting to look like a failed breakout. I'm just saying, starting to look like a failed breakout. It's not. Where's the follow through? Where's the intensity? I like it, B. I don't have enough time to dedicate to it sometimes, but I I like it. I like the trade debate better than wealth charts and better than rhythmic. Um, the only drawback is they have when you get into the live accounts and when you get into the paid accounts, they have consistency rules that, but a lot of the firms do have consistency rules. The consistency rules are kind of, tough. They don't want you making all of your bones in one day. They don't want you going all in, okay, at one time. They want a consistent amount of contracts or, each time. They don't want to see you, they don't want to see you do 100 minis on one trade and then do 10 minis on another, which to me doesn't make sense because that one trade may only warrant 10 minis because it's got a higher, it has a target that's not far away. It's not worth it to go in with 100 minis when I don't want to risk that much. The reward's not there, but I still want to trade. No, the evals are very easy to pass. If you can find a 10-minute uptrend in SPY or QQQ, You can pass those evals fairly easy. All you got to do is find that 10-minute uptrend and stay with the trend. Look at today. Today has been a 10-minute uptrend out of the gate, and it has not stopped all day long. The evals are easy. The hard is the PA accounts and the live accounts. Those are the hard ones. Because there's a different set of rules on the PA and the live. But if you can follow the rules and make your account grow, do it. I mean, they don't want you going all in at once and doing, you wait for like meta earnings and have the thing, rocket off higher. No worries. I chose it because you could do 20 accounts and copy the trades. I like that. You didn't have to purchase an off-brand replicator. That's why. Yeah, that can happen. Yeah, you got to put stops in. They want you to use your stops. So I just bought 5 of the 0 DTE 565 calls for QQQ. I'm going to get 5 more at 27 cents. Yeah, rubber band broke on the QQQ 10 minute. Okay, I'm right here trying to render my video. All right. We're still playing, we're still trading that 10-minute uptrend. Okay? Still trading 10-minute uptrends. That's my favorite trend. Okay? 10-minute uptrends. Okay, 10-minute, see 10-minute over VWAP, 10-minute over VWAP. Okay, same thing in SPY. See, 10-minute up over VWAP. All right, we stay in it until it's done. Okay, it'll let us know when it's done, because the 3 will close out the 8, cross the 8. This is the same thing we do every day. Trade a 10-minute uptrend every single day. All right. Sometimes we don't get one. Sometimes it crisscrosses back and forth over VWAP 2 or 3 times before noon, and then we know we're in for a chop day. And all that does is just chop up your account, because you wind up chasing the green erases red, or the red erases green, and then all it does is reverse on you each time. Okay? When you get in that chop day, sometimes you got to flip down to a 2-minute chart and just take quick profits, quick scalps from one side to the other. So if we keep pushing, we keep pushing up, they have to buy 631s, right? Because of the exposure, right? Or they have to buy the security. Yeah, side hustle. Well, that kind of looks like what it's got to do. It's getting closer, right? Keeps melting up. Okay, never predict, right? But I'm watching a 10-minute uptrend. I don't know if we get gap fill. I think we actually hit the bottom of this wick, excuse me, of that tail, and I think we roll over from there. The consolidation right here is kind of tight up against this one. So, I mean, although it is bullish, I don't think there's much more upside left in it. Oh, that okay? Yeah, that tail is your gap. For me, for gap fill is actual whatever that last candle closed. But I think they don't do a complete gap fill. I think they hit that tail and kind of shoot away. Yeah, leaving leaving a small window of open gap. Yeah, by all means, wait for your setup. They're not, notice the price action not very far over the 3, not far over the 8 either. It's just snugged up tight next to it. Yeah, we got a couple. Yeah, there's a, that would be a topping wick if you compress it. Yes, the sound is on. I'm just trading these puts for a drop down into VWAP right now, Greg. The sound is on. You can hear me. I hope you can. I've got these puts kind of rolling over, so I'm looking for them to come right down in here to VWAP. Challenge this low right here. As a target, David, use it as a target. Possible support and resistance, but you need to see consolidation or some type of valley or peak. Yeah, exactly what Tech said. Yeah. You need to see some type of price action showing you valley or peaks. Yeah.
Hello, Shelley speaking. Sorry, who is it again? I'm very confused. I think it's all
So you can see I've got 11 contracts. I got some farmed out here at, 29 cent, 30 cent, 31, 32, 33, and then if they start to run away, 35, 40, 45, and 50. All right, the strike is 629, so you can see, it's 629 now, it's 215. This is capable of jumping to $1 from this 25-cent price point if they happen to just dip right down into VWAP. All right, and that would be like, if that jumped to $1, this would be, well, you'd have 400%. Okay, because you'd get, let's say if it goes to $1 and I bought them for 20 cents, let's say they just go to 80 cents. All right, and I bought them for 22 cents or 20 cents, and it goes to 80 cents. Well, that's 4 times my cost basis, giving me a 400% gain. All I have to do is wait. Sharon, I can do it as often as you want. I'm here every day. I pretty much spell out where I want to enter the market and where I want to get out. Again, I can do it as often as you want. I do free 15-minute coaching. You know, if you ever need help with it, if you're losing money, you know, please get with me so I can help you, because I don't need to see you losing money. Please stop losing money. Switch to a paper account until we get this figured out. Whatever you do, do not lose money. Awesome. Yeah. If you, are you a member? If you're a member, yeah, I do the free 15-minute coaching for all my members. And only if you're not a member, it only costs $7 to join. You can reach me on Teams. Let me see if I can find it here. Okay, this is me on Teams. All right, you just click that link and tell me who you are, and because I get a lot of how do I say it, unwanted attention. All right, so just tell me who you are. You know, I'm Sharon from the BYOB room. I look forward to setting up a 15-minute, unsolicited attention. You're doing a trial. Awesome. You started 2 weeks ago. Awesome. Awesome. Great. Here, I'm going to put that in. I didn't hit send for some reason. Right there. That's me. And you can see this is where we are. 807. What was our goal? 270, right? That was our goal, 270, and we're at 807. Okay? All we needed was 1%. We got well over 1%. So all of that extra, I'll be able to trade tomorrow. Okay? See that? I'll have all that extra inside my new worksheet. Love this, KJ. Love it. Love it. I'm here. I'm here to help you. I'm committed to your success if you're committed. You know, you try, I'll do everything I can to help you succeed. This is the hardest business in the world. I mean, it's more difficult than it's going to shock you. Rocket science, yeah. When they say rocket science, okay, you tell them no. I'm a day trader. Astrophysics, yep, exactly. Has nothing on this. You know why? Because this is all about mastering yourself. This is all about self-mastery. Yep, a lot of people fail at this, and I don't think there's ever been a program on day trading where they do free 15-minute coaching, you know, and they're committed to your success, and it's something that's unique about us. Not to mention, I share everything. I mean, you see what I got for orders, what I got for positions, what I got for fills, everything. I'm sharing everything for you. And I'm sharing it because I want you to succeed. It's up to you. It's flat now. If you want to cut your loss, I don't know how bad you're down. If you want to cut your loss, you can. I still think it rolls over. Again, I could be wrong, okay, but I've got more to lose. I've got stuff to lose where you might not have. I'm already built up to 807. Okay, so you might not be at 807. I've got a little cushion. How do I say that? Okay, so I mean, I could lose $272 and still make my daily goal. Right. Did you get your daily goal? Not in stocks, not in options. So you must be in somebody else's room also? That's okay. Not today, just mine. So what did you trade for? What did you trade for stocks? Because I didn't trade any stocks. So what did you trade? Well done, Sharon. Well done. So you traded AG. AMD. CEG was nice right there. That's kind of expensive. 356. ALAB. These are some pricey products for stocks. Absolutely. Yes. Of course. Yes. What I'm teaching, just basically yesterday's move, and we just hit the midpoint on SPY. Okay, so we just hit the midpoint, and then on top of the midpoint, we just hit all-time high anchored VWAP Judy, which would be okay. So let's put a VWAP up here. Okay, so we just hit that, and we're not like really running away with price. If you look at the 10-minute chart, it's having a hard time, the 3 to stay over the 8, and the price is kind of snugged up close to the 8 and the 3. I mean, you can see now it's underneath the 8 on the 10-minute. It is consolidating over prior consolidation. That's bullish, but we just ran up right into the midpoint, which is, right here. Okay, we're just hovering over the midpoint right now, and they could give it up. I mean, that's, and then not to mention yesterday's. I really think we're headed down to 613, and I think this is more of a rest day for them. and I can just see us rolling over. We're struggling to make new highs. That's how I put it. Yeah. Carrie says, John, can my system use? Yes. What I teach transcends all time frames and all products. Okay. It transcends. You can use it in futures. You can use it in Forex. You can use it anything. All right. And all time frames. What I teach. Okay. It works on all time frames. Now, on my futures charts, I have a different moving average. All right. For me, I use a 20 EMA and an 8 EMA. Okay, but it's a different market because it's a 23-hour market. Yes. Right now I have 620 strikes, 4 DTEs, 620 puts, 4 days till expiration. As in, I expect it to happen this week. We'll see. I mean, unless they recover. If they recover all of this dip that we did the last 2 days, then 613's not going to be on the table. But those were 2 serious dip days yesterday. Friday and Thursday. So, you know, I'm feeling like it's going to happen this week because I don't see any earnings to disrupt it, and I don't see any economic data that's going to disrupt it. You know, unless of course that was just nothing more than a shakeout. Yeah, that's a nasty daily candle. I mean, if you look at the weekly on SPY, I mean, you got this 1 week wiped out. 1, 2, 3 weeks, darn near 4 weeks of positive movement in that weekly candle, and you know it was just 2 days. In 2 days, we wiped out everything that was produced by the other, I don't know, let's just say this, by the other 18 days or the other 20 days. You know, in 2 days, right there, we wiped out everything that was all of July, just about. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 19. About 20 days. In 2 days we wiped out what took us 20 days in July to accomplish. In 2 days. Well, they came in with good earnings. It's just the markets just said, I don't know if they're just doing a shakeout or what they want to do. It's possible it's just a shakeout. I mean, this will be good for the bulls if they close over the 17. We'll see if they can do it. They got an hour and 10 minutes left to close on top of the 17. They're up there now. T2122 doing the right stuff. We haven't tested the prior all-time high in a long time, and we haven't tested the dip anchored VWAP low. Okay, I'll show you both of those. Okay, so this is a bear flag right there, even though it's kind of bullish today because it's got some green in there. And that's bullish up to there, but they're not on top of the 17. They're not on top of the 200. Like to see them back up here on top of the 200. And on SPY, okay, daily chart. Okay, so we haven't tested. See this low right here? This is the last time we had a test of it. And you notice this peak between two valleys, which is a very popular target, along with this, that valley between two peaks and this peak between two valleys. These are popular targets. We haven't tested this anchored VWAP low in a long time. In a long time. So, and we haven't tested we never pulled back and tested the prior all-time high, which is right here. Okay, we never tested this. That's the prior all-time high. And it's been a long time since we've tested the anchored VWAP low. So we'll see. Come on, VWAP. Come on. Come on, get with it. Use your magnetic force. Come on. Put the Hoover on it. Come on, let's go. Suck that price right down in there. Yeah, do the Nike swoosh. Just do a flush. The Kohler 5000. The American Standard 2500. Just flush. Sprinkle some Drano on there. Remember the Drano? You sprinkle it on the... Get the Drano working. Get the plunger, the Drano, the whole thing. Fill the tank up. Tim the Toolman Taylor. The Binford 5000. Yeah, more power. It was everything was Binford. I think they're trying to make you think it's bullish, and so you go out and buy calls while they pull the rug tomorrow. Thanks, Judy. And Tex and Rickster and Trader X, they all deserve the credit. Who's the car commercial, like a rock? Which one said that? Is that Ram, or who was that? Like a rock. I want this thing to drop like a rock. Yeah, they're just holding it up there to dupe us for tomorrow. Who knows? Well, we'll see. That was quite a big lift today. I didn't see this coming. I knew there'd be like a rest. A lot of wicks showing up. What does the tick say, Tex? Plus 140, so it's neutral. Okay. So today was a trend day. I don't know if you guys know the trend day formula, but the trend day formula goes like this. If you have a 10-minute uptrend, all right, between the hours of 11 and noon, all right, there is a probably a 70 to 80% chance you will have a 10-minute uptrend all the way till 2 p.m. And we almost made it. And then there is a like 30 to 40% chance we finish the day at the high of the day. I think it's over here, but you know, the bulls are hanging in tough right here. They're like pinched in like a tick, almost embedded. So I don't know what happens here. I pictured a flush to come down. Doesn't mean I get it. Every time I see one of these red candles with a lot of wick on the top, I think this is the one. And of course, they all have been looking like this at one point or another since they've been in here for the last hour and a half on these 10-minute candles. But we haven't got one to break below the 17 yet. See, this one got close. Needed to close under the 17. See, this one got close. It's like the rescue operation comes in and saves them, see? John's going to be surprised if we don't roll over. Are you? I kind of feel it. I got that feeling like we are going to roll over, but I definitely think there's going to be a last minute selling. Here's the bell curve. Well, with all that volume at 6:30, it doesn't look like we're going to get the rollover. I mean, they've got that thing locked in tight. All right, traders, even though I want it to roll over, okay, let's just look at the facts. All right. This is bullish, moving up and holding this higher ground. Closing over the midpoint, that's bullish also. And let me just say, we spent the whole day over the all-time high anchored VWAP with significant space above it. Okay? That's significant space above that all-time high anchored VWAP. And I did not picture that to happen today. So calls might be in order for tomorrow, even though we didn't complete the gap fill. All right, I'm just saying that is bullish. The one thing I can say, it's not very strong bullish. Look how the 3 is sucked up against the 8. Okay, and even sometimes underneath it, and still not pulling back to VWAP. Okay, it's not a very strong bullish, but they are showing you a bullish behavior. All right, that is a bullish behavior right there. Not to mention the consolidation over the prior consolidation. You know, we're up over this all-time high anchored VWAP. I think we're even up over the low anchored VWAP. Let's try with this. Yep, we're up over that low. Slide this over here. Definitely up over that low. So even though I want it to come down, and I have, you know, targets of 613. All right, let's not put a whole lot of credence into what I want in those targets, because what you're seeing here is a bullish behavior and is a bullish environment right here. They are planking all day. That is a show of strength over the midpoint. Okay, you need to break through some of this minor resistance, though. That's what we haven't done. Got to break through some of this. See these 2 tails? Okay, once we get through those 2 tails, I got to say it might be smooth sailing all the way on back up to the highs. Okay, got to get over these, see these tails down here. Especially that brick. We've got a brick of tails right here. And we got a single valley tail. And you guys know, the strength of this low, all right, of this valley is going to be counted by the number of candles on each side up to the peak. Okay, so from this peak down to that valley, and then from that valley up to this peak. That's the strength of this valley low. You can see from here, there's very few candles up to this peak and very few candles up to this peak. So that's not as strong as what this is showing you right here, even though that's a brick. By getting a second wind. Yeah, brick and mortar. We'll see. I mean, this support on top of this consolidation has been holding price all day. All day, this consolidation has been holding price up. I think it's a big duping, but I mean, I could be wrong. Not to mention a bullish gap up that never got filled all day long. I don't even think we spiked VWAP all day. And we haven't even tagged VWAP all day. That's not normal. You got air. There's air between these tails and VWAP. Air between all of this, all of that. That's rare to see it not pull back and spike VWAP. You know, if you had the bullish of all bullish days, even those days come back and touch VWAP. Here we're getting a breakout. I think the tick is too high, Tex. Hey, before I get started in my evening video, I just want to say thank you for everybody that showed up. I want to say thank you for hanging out with me today. Thank you for all the questions. If there's anything I can do to help you in your trading, you know, please consider a $7 trial. I'd love to have you here with us in the BYOB Trading Room. I hope you all made some money today. I gotta say, since the beginning of the year, I don't think I've had an open house where I haven't made my 1%. So, if you don't join and you see an open house again, think about it. Maybe you'd like to at least participate and hang out with us. Yeah, it is. I agree with that. But I think every open house has been a winner. So if you see an open house for the BYOB Trading Room, really give it some careful consideration. What the heck? What is this? All right, I wound up with 922 in gains. I'm bullish. I don't understand it, but I'm bullish. It's a coin flip, Eric. You've got, consolidation over prior consolidation. Price is up over all-time high anchored VWAP. Price has been up over VWAP all day. Not once has it come back and touched VWAP all day long. It just bullied all day. It planked all day. The only thing that I see is price is not running away from the 8, and it's not running away from VWAP or the anchored VWAP. Okay, it is consolidating over VWAP and consolidating over prior consolidation. Both of those are bullish environments. Anything can happen. You know, you got news that comes out or earnings that come out. It might take, I think it only takes just a cube of sugar could tip the scale. If that makes any sense. You know what I'm saying? All it takes is one, remember when we used to put cubes of sugar in our coffee? I think 1 cube of sugar will tip the scale. I am keeping my I'm keeping my 620 puts. I've got 3 of them. And those expire this Friday. $6.25 is a support level. I'm gonna stick with what I got. Now you can see right here we've got consolidation over prior consolidation. I think I've done this a couple times today. See that? Over prior consolidation right there. Okay, you've been up over VWAP all day. Not one spike of VWAP. I mean, even on our bullish, the most bullish days we've had, we always come back and spike VWAP. We're up over all-time high anchored VWAP. Which is this pink line right here. So we're up over both of these all day. So my excess over 1% is $652. Plus my 2%, all right, gives me $1,000 to risk tomorrow. So I got much more risk I can use tomorrow. If I could get some movement, like a nice 10-minute trend, I could be in business. This flatline catatonic market doesn't work so well. A 1% move tomorrow. So is that $6? $16? You know, if the gap doesn't occupy 90% of the move, that's nice. You can see we gapped from 622. We gapped $4. Now, wouldn't it have been nice to trade that $4 instead of gapping up here? It all depends on where it gaps to. $6.93 is the answer. I hope we don't get another $4 gap, because that's only going to make for a $2.93 move. Yeah. You know, $4 gap. They. All right, let's do the wrap-up video. And